Hi. Hello. It's me. I'm here. I'm here. Yay. I may or may not have had a broken screenshot that I was trying to work out, and then it didn't work. So I guess I'm doing this live. Hello everybody. How are you all doing? I want to do some co-working. This is too big. There we go. That's less threatening now. How are we all doing? I'm definitely not confused. Let me put the... That's weird to see yourselves. There we go. Okay, we got there eventually. Goodness gracious. Goodness. That was certainly a scuffed start. Hello. Hello, Lankuri. Hello, Husmo. Something sarcastic. Hello. I'm starting to doubt this is real. 4th stream. I know, right? What's going on? Hello, Nightmind. Hello. I might have to become first monitor content. This stream's definitely going to be at least 7th monitor content. No chance. This is gonna. Today is co-working, and I literally just need to read papers. And like the thing is, I'm not very good at it. I'm like my brain keeps turning off, and I need social accountability. So that's what we're doing today. Phone is like the primariest of monitors. That's actually very true. That's very true. Got a few medical appointments today. I hope they go well. It wasn't exactly a tech nightmare. It's just I tried to make a... actually, I just realized I was trying to whip something up in Canva. I can just do it now, I think. This should just work now. If I just screenshot this should actually just work now. Okay, that's good. Did it actually work this time? No. What's the reasoning? What did I do to deserve this? I don't think I deserve this. What is going on? Is it saving in the wrong place? I don't know. I'm so confused. Who knows? I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. Hello, Yoavko. How you doing? Just managed to do something that I try to do all day. Well done. Congratulations. And hello, Astro. Hello, Phi. And hello, Necknil. Welcome in. A fellow psychologist. Let's go. Hello. Welcome. And thank you for the follow. That's actually my informed consent button. So you've just agreed to participate in the research. So welcome in. Although I hope you don't already know what my manipulations are going to be, because that would be very sad. We can't be having that demand effects happening. But yeah, how are you doing? I am okay. I've been working. I've had a time, to be honest. I'm not currently working. Why does it say that? There we go. I'm not currently working. There's no work here right now. There will be in a minute, but yes. I should also get down to reading some papers. I'll join you. Yes, this sounds like a good plan. I've been struggling to focus because, like, this week, it has been a week. I won't say why, but pretty much anybody who is in science or higher education, we all know why. So that's a thing. Yeah, so it's been a bit of a hectic week, and I need to read some papers, but I haven't had the chance to do it yet. So I need to focus, and yeah, absolutely. Let's all work together. A bit of social accountability is always good. It has in fact been a week exactly. Also, hi Zacharias, how you doing? You can indeed withdraw at any time. That is very, very true. But I don't tell people that. I'm not very good at following the guidelines. I haven't even started the study yet, though. Just nobody knows when it's going to start. When it starts, there will probably be a consent form and also a reminder that you can withdraw, and also information about data controller, etc., etc. But for now, it's just like maybe. This entire concept of like you've just joined the participation pool is actually quite flawed. Oh no. Call in the BBS. No! Don't tell them! I'm scared of them! Oh, I'm scared of them. Oh dear. Oh, I wanted to make a nice workflow for that. I have actually had caffeine today. That's the worst part. It's like 4 p.m. I've had caffeine. There's no excuse for this. Okay. I wanted to make a nice workflow for writing LaTeX, and I wanted it to work with the Markdown package. I found a script for Helix, which is a Vim-like text/code editor that automatically compiles and shows you anything that you change in Zathura. The problem is with the script is that it was using some very weird LaTeX engine. So when I tried making that engine work, but it didn't, so then I just changed to another engine and it worked. I feel like that just is like my every programming experience ever. I'm like, it's not working, and then I try something else, and then suddenly it is working. I'm gonna set myself a 10-minute thingy so that I don't just yap for Eh? Why were you flashing? Okay. Okay. The timer has just like it's doing its own thing. Okay. Okay. Fine. Um yeah, I don't want to yap for too long because I do actually need to get some work done. So yes. Comfy Oshi streamer to procrastinate reading papers and working too. Yeah, this is the procrastinate part. What do I need to read today? Let's have a find out. I don't remember. I've got some papers I need to read. I think some of them I can read unblurred, and some of them I have to read blurred. Because let's see, I think I've got two that I three? Three. Yeah, there's three ideally that I would like to read. I don't think I'll get through all of them though. But yeah. The first one I have to read with the screen blurred because it is from it is old. Oh gosh. It is from 1996. And that means that I it hurts my feelings that 1996 is old. But it's fine. It's not they didn't invent, doing journals open access then yet, really. They did. It was just very, very uncommon. So this one I can't read with the screen visible. I have to blur the screen. Yes. But yeah, that's what I got to do today. I got to read some papers. Yeah. What? A funny joke isn't scientifically rigorous? Is there a science to jokes? I should look into this. I should see whether there's like an actual like documented. There must be a literature around humor. That seems like a really obvious thing people would study. Surely, surely. It has in fact been a week. Yeah, it has been a week. It has been a week. Otherwise, we're fine. Just having some supper. Nice, nice. I haven't had a snack, but yeah. Maybe I should get a snack at some point. I don't know. We'll see. I've got tea today because it is not the evening. I've got normal, like black tea with milk, classic. Oat milk, classic. Yes. What sort of topics are we looking at? So this first paper is called Integrating Research and Development. Research. Goodness gracious. Integrating research and development into marketing. It's a good thing I'm not reading out loud. Integrating research and development into marketing. No, marketing. Oh. This is going to be a struggle. Okay. Integrating research and development into marketing, a review and analysis of the literature by Abby Graffin and John Hauser. And it is basically about product development and then how marketing can be used to support product development. So that's what I'm going to be reading. Sounds very cool and fun. Yes. 1996, that's ancient. I wasn't even alive then. Stop it. Stop it. I was alive. Please stop. Oh, it's turn 1 in Civ. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. I feel like I was created in the turn 1 of Civ, and now I'm watching everyone else getting into the modern era, and I'm still sat here with my I don't even have walls on my city. I've forgotten. I've not played Civ in ages. Hi Caleb, how you doing? Be a rebel, show us the paid papers. I can't. I don't want to risk it. Like I'm not about that life. My YouTube channel is indexed on like altmetrics, so legitimately I do not want to risk it. They will find out. They will find out. Pain. There was still a Yugoslavia. Stop it. Stop it. I got given a gift at work. Not at work, like at the my other work. Not my job, but my PhD job. And it's this nice mug. It's a really nice mug. I was like, wow, this looks pretty cool. I like this. This is cute. And then I turned it over and it said, made in Czechoslovakia. And I was like, okay, okay. So yeah, that was a thing. That made me laugh. I liked that though. 1996 is almost a decade older than me. Lankuri, please stop. You're genuinely upsetting me. Please, please stop reminding me of my own mortality. I didn't sign up for a paid demonstration of terror management theory. Thank you very much. Okay, right. So 4 minutes. I've got 4 minutes to start thinking about what I'm actually doing today. What are you all doing today? What's everybody up to today? Let me know. Let me know. But yeah, I've got some papers to read. So that first one is the integrating R&D into marketing. Wow, now I can say it. And then I've got a few. Ideally, I would read a few about like writing literature reviews as well. And then I've also found one that's like public engagement with research reproducibility, um, which is all about like talking about replication issues and reproduction issues in science, and like how we can explain to the public what the replication crisis actually is and why reproducibility is important. I think that one is actually openly licensed, so I might be able to show it. I might even save it. I'm not sure. But it seems cool. It says that they like made meringues and then that's how they like did explained it through meringues, which is quite fun. I like that. So yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. uh, at least Czechoslovakia wasn't around. It was 4 years earlier. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. But then that just goes to show how old my mug is also, which is quite nice. Gonna be reading through some papers people sent me to consider. I wish any of them were easy reads. I understand that feeling so much. I'm always like, oh yes, excellent paper, thank you so much. And then I open it and it's like 20 pages long and I'm just like, oh. And like the methods are actually complicated and I'm like, oh no, please stop. No. Please just give me a nice, easy paper to read for once. I do have some nice, easy papers to read though, also in my library, and I should read them at some point. I need to check the license on this actually. This one's very iconic. I love that one. Which one was the one? This one. This one I was thinking about reading. What is this one? Please be CC by NC. I will. Is licensed under the PNAS license. Okay. Let's see. What does that say? But can I use it though? Licenses. The standard license has been discontinued beginning. Well, that's not helpful. Standard license terms. There we go. Okay. Authors retain copyright, exclusive license to publish. Anyone may, without requesting permission, use original figures or tables from articles for non-commercial and educational use. Okay, I can't use this then. That's a shame. Oh well. Users may view, reproduce, or store journal content provided that the information is only for their personal non-commercial use. Yeah, that means I can't use it. That's a shame. Wah wah. Yeah. Unfortunately, like, because there's ads, there is an argument that this could be considered commercial use, especially if I'm like talking about it or showing it on stream. So I've got to be careful with that. But yeah, can't show that one, which is a shame. Because this article, I've been wanting to read it for ages. It's literally just called, Do Conversations End When People Want Them to? Such a simple research question. But they did like, I think a few studies, I want to say. I've been meaning to read it for ages. Been on my reading list for literally years, which is quite embarrassing. Yeah. But I'm trying to think about whether there's a way for me to do like to read papers myself and then summarize them on stream, like as a because I think you can talk about papers as long as you don't quote them. and as long as you don't reproduce anything from within them. So I'm trying to work out a way to do that. There's also widespread misperceptions of long-term attitude change by the same person, but I have a feeling that's published under the same license, which is annoying. Let's have a quick look. Da-da-da-da. No, that one. Okay, that one's even worse because that one's CC by NC/ND, so I can't use it commercially and I can't reproduce it and I can't make derivatives of it. So I definitely can't show that one on stream. That's annoying. Oh well. Oh well. Hi Doc Rex and hi Raka. How you doing? I'm good, thank you. How are you both? I hope you're doing good. Yeah, so they do the nature thing where they put the methods at the bottom. Don't even get me started. That is like literally my worst pet peeve about nature. Like, why do you do that? Like, it's important. Put it where it should be. Don't put the findings before the methods because I can't contextualize the findings. It makes me so angry. This is making me wonder if me showing off articles on stream has been problematic. You're probably grand. It's literally just because at some point eventually I'll start uploading VODs onto YouTube again, and both of my channels are indexed by altmetrics. So like if I put like a DOI or a link to a paper in the description, then they will it will be found by the journal. So I'm being super careful about what I show. I'm being really careful. But yeah, it's probably just me being paranoid. Okay. Oh, you're not doing great. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I think I literally just saw what you said, and that's not great. I'm really, really sorry that happened. I'm very, very sorry. I hope that hopefully you can sort that out without too much issue, but yeah, I'm sorry. At least a bright spot is that you're back. Thank you. I'm even doing regular streams now. What's going on? What's going on? Wild. If no one said anything, I won't say nothing. Nah, I'm worried about the journals just finding me of their own volition, to be honest. I'm scary. Yeah, you're in that grey zone. If you're not in the altmetrics API system, then you're fine. You can get away with showing whatever you want. But yeah, for me, they will find me and they will hunt me down, and I'm scared. Okay, it is time to get some work done. I'm gonna be spending the first part of this first 45-minute work session, just faffing around with the social media stuff because I was in the process of making a go live notification and then I just never it just didn't work. So don't judge me if you see Twitter pop up for literally like 5 minutes at the most. But then I'm gonna read paper about R&D and marketing, so that's fun and cool. So we're gonna do that. Sometimes I use the pathology data bank in a uni in Zurich for stream things. The website tells me I illegally gain access to their system. That's so funny. I think that if they don't find out, then they don't find out. That's all I'm saying. Yes, every single aspect of gatekeeping science. So true. So true. Okay. I'm going to set the timer for 45 minutes. I will be muted while we do the co-working because I do actually need. I probably won't really be in chat much either because I do actually need to focus on reading. And yeah, I'll see you then. Just got an Uber Eats deal that said so good it must be a conspiracy. Is this a Psydere reference? Yes, it's me. I am in your apps. See you in 45. Hello. Welcome. Welcome, Raiders. I apologize for interrupting the work session. I just wanted to quickly say hello. We're in a work session at the minute, so I'm mostly muted. But I just thought I'd come out and say hi. Hello, welcome in, and thank you for the raid. I'm going to really struggle to say your name. I'm so sorry. Potteru Tao. I hope I've said that right. I apologize if I didn't. Potteru Tao, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. And hello, raiders. Hi, Hendrik. Hi. I'm Psydere. I'm a research psychologist, and also then I turn into a magical girl, and that's me. That's it. I just fight misinformation on stream and in real life, I guess. So yeah. Welcome in. How are you doing? What were you doing? What were you doing? Can I call you Poturu? Like, can I just call you Poturu? Or like, do you have a preferred nickname? Because I'm gonna keep. I struggle to say words, and I'm gonna struggle to keep saying Poturu Tao. Pot or Kiori? Okay, I'll say Pot then, if that's okay. Or Kiori. Okay, I'll say Kiori. I'll say Kiori. I might forget though. I apologize. I'm very like username focused. But yeah, what were you up to? What were you up to? Uh, been wanting to catch your streams. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome in. A VTuber therapist? You're a therapist? That's wild. I love that. Hang on, wait, let me there you go, follow you back. But yeah, welcome in. And thank you for the follows. Hendrik, YL, and Coach Ghost one. Thank you for the follows. And also Madhara Madhra, sorry, who followed earlier. Thank you for that too. You're all part of the research pool now. So welcome in, you're all participants. Bedtime. Enjoy your bedtime, Zekiros. You're all after valid. Exactly. Playing Ready or Not, followed by a debrief podcast. Ooh, nice. Nice. What am I researching? Today I'm reading a paper. I'm reading a few papers. I've got a few I need to read. But this first one is about integrating research and development. Oh my gosh. I'm struggling. Integrating research and development into marketing. It's very fun and very interesting. But yeah, that's I'm just doing a lot of like meta sciencey reading today. So I've got that one about how research and development link to marketing, and then I've got to do another one about public engagement with research reproducibility. So that's what I'm up to, and then possibly also I'm going to be reading a guide to writing a systematic review in psychology. So those are the plans. You're on the clinical side of things? Nice. Nice. I am scared of the clinical side of things. You know what, actually, should we just take our 15-minute break now? Should we just do that? Let's do that. Let's do our 15-minute break now. And let me turn off this one. Yes, that one. And, you know, we can just leave this up. That's fine. Yeah, clinical side of things, I mean, fair play. I'm scared of the clinical side of things. The clinical side of things is very, very stressful. I am not emotionally capable of dealing with it, I guess. Let me put that down there and then bring this up. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I find it really stressful. I've done it I did like 2.5 years, I think, or 2 to 2.5 years working in mental health. And it was really, really intense. So I have a lot of respect for you for doing that. I couldn't hack it. How do you find it? I wasn't sent to a grippy sock jail. I just had friends' parents in those areas. I understand. Oh, therapist to a psychiatric is making me feel like I'm 17 again. I'm a psychologist though. Specifically, I'm a social psychologist. So I research like why people believe certain things and how their identities link into those beliefs, if that makes sense, and also the behaviors. So my research is mostly focused on like people's beliefs and behaviors relating to science. So that includes like, you know, non-scientists. So I research stuff like why people believe misinformation and conspiracy theories. I believe stuff like why people don't trust scientists or scientific institutions. And then I also research scientists and their behavior too. So yeah, like what we call meta science. which is, yeah, basically how people think about the scientific method and how they implement it. It's all very cool and fun. Yeah, I agree. It's interesting. Thank you. Thank you. It's certainly something. Also, I've got some people to say hi to. I saw some people appearing in chat that I haven't said hi to yet. Hello, Sayon. Hello. Zumburger, welcome in. Welcome in. The majestic 12-course meal. Yes. The majestic Psydere 12-course meal. Delicious. It's literally just 12 rounds of beans on toast. It's terrible. Let's see. I'm supposed to be exploring related literature as well. Something that's been bugging me about this hackathon, though. I got into an accelerator to make my idea more of a research paper. Very nice. Well done. But the first, third, and fourth place white papers all look like research papers. I'm the only one who really followed the general guidelines on how to write a white paper that they gave. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, lots of places have their own their own guidelines and stuff, right? So if you're following their guidelines, then that means you're actually reading what they're instructed. So that's good. I would have written my research paper too if I knew that was allowed. I mean, they might have guidelines for a reason, maybe. I don't know. To be honest, I just normally do what I think works best. I'm meant to follow APA 7 guidelines for writing research, and then sometimes I just borrow things from other places because I don't like it, and I've never had an issue. Oh, I think the guidelines for those not in research. That would make sense. That would make sense. Hi, Hogan, and hello, Nico. If you're both still here, hello, welcome in. I hope you're both good. And also, hello, Pluki. Run a study on how people react when you expose them the paid papers on stream. Honestly, that would be low-key kind of interesting, actually. I do wonder how people feel about open access versus closed access, who aren't scientists. Because I actually don't know. And also, hi, Guns, welcome in. And hi, Orashiro, welcome in. And Zerkia, hello, welcome in. Lots of people here while I've been reading. I've been really absorbed into my paper. The only reason why I even noticed there's a raid was because of the weird noise. And aspirin juice, hello. And Louis, I think I read out your message, but I didn't actually say hello to you yet. Hello, Louis. Okay, there we go. I think that's everybody. Hello, everyone. I hope you're all good. Tend to use Chicago and APA. Yeah, I use I do use mostly APA, but especially their guidelines around tables and graphs. I think they're really ugly. So sometimes I just ignore them. Especially the graph guidelines. I'm sorry, it's 2025. I should not have to do my graphs majority in grayscale anymore. I hate it. I'm not a scientist. I love open access. I think everything should be free and gatekeeping knowledge is cringe. I agree. And I am a scientist. So that means I'm entitled to my opinion and everyone should listen to me, right? I'm gonna, you know what? I'm saying I'm fighting misinformation monsters. Maybe the real monster I need to be fighting is closed access journals. No, that's too big for me. I'm scared. I'm scared of those monsters. That's terrifying. You asked earlier about clinical practice or something about along those lines. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. But yeah, I asked how do you find it? But obviously if you need to get up, stretch, go get some food, have some water, anything like that, or just raid and run, absolutely feel free to. But yeah, I'd love to hear more about your clinical experience if you're interested. Interested in sharing and you feel okay to share it. I wonder if some papers could be info hazards to people who don't really understand certain topics. They absolutely can be. 100% they can be. I've seen this in psychology. I've also seen this happening to my friends that are in life sciences. Yeah, people think they understand a paper and then they have just entirely misinterpreted it. I actually know somebody who made life sciences is like biology and biochemistry and stuff like that. But yeah, someone I know published a paper I can't remember exactly what the topic was on, but it was a topic in some kind of like intergroup thing. So it was like how different social groups interact with each other. And it was looking at interactions between some kind of minority group with some kind of majority group. Like I said, can't remember the details. And a publication picked up that the study had been published, and they literally, like the journalists, literally entirely, like they read it opposite. I don't know how they. I can't remember the specifics, which is really annoying. But like they said that the paper showed one thing, and it had actually showed the total opposite. And yeah, like the whole research group was like, what? How does this happen? So yeah, info hazard, definitely a thing, definitely a thing. And then like obviously with that, like, you know, if that gets misused, that could, you know, cause problems, all sorts of problems. Like it could like inflame tensions between different social groups that don't need to be inflamed, if that makes sense. So not ideal, not ideal. I wish my Zoom and Discord calls had people using VTuber avatars. That would be extremely fun. I know them. I'm one in the more relaxed ones. Half the group doesn't put on their cams, but they still use voice. So it's like an anime profile picture talking with an incredibly deep voice. I love that. That's incredible. I've very strongly considered using my VTuber model in work calls. In fact, once I actually did, I had like a research meeting. It was with some like colleagues that I'm pretty good friends with, and I was like, my camera's not working because it genuinely wasn't. And then I realized the reason why it wasn't working was because I'd been streaming. I think I'd been doing a co-working stream earlier in the day, and it was still porting like the virtual camera. And then I was like, I know what the issue is here. And then I changed the camera to the virtual camera, and then I was Psydere. And they were like, this is so strange. What is going on? They did not know how to process it. It was very funny. Even open science is not very accessible because of the academic writing style. That's very true. That's very true, Nico. Yeah, there's still a lot of like, I feel like open science is particularly bad for like making up jargon. You know, like parking, which is hypothesizing after the results are known. Why not just say that? Like, there's no need for the acronym, which then turns into a verb in itself. Like, there's no need for that behavior. And it just, you know, makes things closed off, and it's not ideal. uh, it's stressful, draining, and at times it requires innovation to assist clients in their issues. Yeah. Yeah, that was largely my experience of it too. So I have a lot of respect for the fact that you actually managed to like, you know, do it as a career. I found it so tiring. Primarily use psychoanalysis, CBT, Gestalt, and narrative in my practice, and I've integrated VTuber models in the treatment of anxiety disorders and PTSD. That is so cool. That's amazing. Oh my gosh. Oh, that sounds so interesting. I want to find out more about that, but I might just message you directly to find out more about that. Because that is extremely cool. I've been thinking so much about like how like VTubing as a technology has so much use outside of just VTubing, like in terms of like streaming and content creation. Um because yeah, like I feel like there's so much scope for people being able to like explore things or communicate things which just isn't being done at the minute. Like obviously I try and be at least semi-educational in the way that I stream. And I feel like wouldn't it like there's so much opportunity. There's so much opportunity that just isn't being used. Like imagine if you went to if you imagine if you had to do online lectures, like you obviously you go to university and you have your traditional lectures, or you're in a school and you go into your classroom and you have your traditional classroom stuff. But then like for the extra stuff that you have to do afterwards, there's like videos, video lectures, video tutorials, and instead of being a person or like a you know a flesh person guiding you through, um, imagine if like you're learning, I don't know, you're learning. I'm trying to think of an example and I'm just blanking. Like you're actually no, you know what? Great example. I'm gonna pick on Phi. I'm going to pick on Phi, one of our, there you go, wait. There you go, V theorem. I'm going to pick on Phi the neutrophil. Imagine if you're, you go to class and then you get to learn cell biology from an actual cell. Like, I feel like this has so much potential and it's just not being used. And that really, really irritates me. Because there's so many ways that you could apply that. You could learn neuroscience from a brain, you know? You could learn, I don't know, plant science from a tree. Like, there's so many options. And like, we're not limited to anime style models. There's mostly anime style models, but there's more and more of them being used that aren't anime style. And there's so much potential for that in terms of education and science communication. And I'm very excited about it. That's my little soapbox. I apologize. But yeah, using it in like therapy, that could also be potentially quite interesting because there's a lot of people that really struggle to speak to someone face to face in a traditional manner or like on a phone or even on a Zoom call with cameras on. But then like cameras off, I don't know. Cameras off always feels a bit weird. Because you can't assess the person's reactions, but sometimes you also don't, like, you almost want the veneer of pretend anonymity, even though that you're not anonymous, they know who you are. So I feel like VTuber models could be a really interesting way around that to like not feel so perceived while you're receiving therapy or an assessment of some kind. That would be really interesting. I love that. Especially for people that have like, I don't know, that are exploring like identity or body issues as well. That could potentially be quite interesting. But yeah, more research needed, TM. Info hazard. I told my niece about the Yellowstone supervolcano and she later admitted it kickstarted her anxiety. I'm not gonna lie, I had to watch a documentary about that when I was in school and it was horrid. It was like really, really dramatic and it was really stressful and I got really scared. And then that probably kickstarted my special interest in all of the ways that the world could end, to be honest. All of the things that could destroy humanity. Oh dear. I blame that I blame two things actually. I blame the super volcano and then I also blame like I had fairly early education about climate change and the two things together, oh no. Oh. Existential dread. Terrible. Did not need to be reminded of Yellowstone, I know. As someone new to reading and writing science stuff, I'm already struggling. The words they use, no one says that. Yeah, I'm a big advocate for making scientific writing more accessible. It's a bit ridiculous that that hasn't been done yet. Yeah, I'll send you a message. I might also send you a link. Yeah, I can send you a link to the Discord as well, actually. I can send you a link. But not at the minute because it's always broken. I don't understand why. It just streamer mode being streamer mode. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Please, you're welcome to add me as a friend on Discord as well. Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to have a chat with you about that. That sounds super interesting. I'm zooming. I hate cameras on. I hate eye contact. Stop perceiving me. Same. That's how I feel too. Okay. I've been lying to every marker that I've had that my webcam's broken, but I really just want to do the meetings in my pajamas. That's also a mood, to be honest. That's a big mood. I always tell people that I don't want to, sorry, I can't put my camera on. It's just because I don't want to. I don't like being perceived. Okay. Right. It's time for me to work again, so I'm gonna do that. So we're gonna do another 45 minutes. I'm gonna finish this paper. I'm already halfway through. Wild. People watching me work makes me actually work. Can you believe it? But yeah, that's the plan. We're gonna do some more working. 45 minutes. I'm gonna be muted again. So listen to the nice lo-fi or mute the tab and then put on your own music for 45 minutes. I don't know. You can do your thing. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm gonna work, play Overwatch. Valid. I can't judge. Yes. But yeah, it's time. I'll see you in 45 minutes. Bye. Hello. I managed to spill my water all over my desk, literally like right as I was right as the thing went off. I'm breaking things. Terrible. I don't know what I'm doing. That can go. That no, that can there we go. We got there eventually. That can go. Hello everybody, welcome back. We yap now. Yes, it's yap time. Hello. So two things. First of all, let me put the timer on. 15 minutes. 15 minutes of yapping. Perfect. Good stuff. Second of all, I'm silly. I forgot to give Fury a shout out. So there we go. There's that. Thank you again for the raid earlier if you're still here. How is everybody doing? How you're doing? I'm doing okay. I'm mostly done with this paper now, actually. I think I haven't got that much left. Oh, no, actually, never mind. This is a really long paper. Okay. It's 25 pages long, not including the references. Cool. Okay. But it's not a super hard read, so that's good. It's not super, super hard to read, so that's good. That's good. Bro might be silly. Might? We all know that I'm silly, let's be honest. We all know that I'm silly. We just accept it. We just accept it. Oh. Okay. We have a reading group. There's only 2 people. Everyone else is busy with conferences. That means you're gonna have to ask questions instead of being a background character. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I hate that. Oh, it's easy. It's a blog post. Nice. We love that. We love that. We love that. I like the way that I slide up from under the table. Yes. Hello. It is pretty cartoonish, isn't it? It's quite fun. I like it. I quite enjoy it personally. I dramatically appear. And hi Bushy, how are you? How are you? Just got back from class. I feel like it's comedically on brand for law students to petition to the dean and revolt against the professor. Incredible. I have no words. I have no words. Very, very cool. What I don't know if I want to ask what you're petitioning over, but yes. That is very actually I don't know if I would assume that from law students, but I love the fact that you're putting what you're learning into practice. That's always good. That's always good. My brain is a neural network that turns basic nutrients and proteins into shit posts. That's valid. My brain is a neural network that turns ideas into forever incomplete projects. I feel that. That hurts. My brain is a neural network which runs the functions of my body. That is extremely true. That is extremely true. Girl failure soon to be dog failure. True. I mean, yeah, I have no comeback to that. It's literally just true. I'll still be a. I mean, I don't know if I am a girl failure. I got up today before 7 and I had breakfast. And I only made one mildly silly mistake at work today. So I feel like I'm doing all right. I know, I got up. Wild. They're protesting the property professor since she only does classes online once a week. And her answers are so confusing because she keeps going back and forth so no one learns anything. Classic. Oh dear. Yeah, I can see why that might lead to protesting. I can see why that might lead to protesting. I can understand. Yeah, that certainly is something. I quite like online classes, but I'm weird, so what can I say? I don't like talking to people. I like hiding and having my camera off. Even when I was teaching, I used to be like, okay, hello, here I am, I exist. Now I'm turning my camera off. I'm a disembodied voice. You're gonna have to deal with it. And everyone was like, okay. And then they all did the same, and I was like, I'm glad we're all on the same page here. Already at that stage, true. Very true. I didn't even need to get a doctorate to become a doc failure, let's be honest. PhD, more like PH didn't. Wow. What did you miss? I don't know what you missed. Just yapping, probably. Just yapping. I know how this PhD stuff works. Yeah. I honestly, I feel like I don't know how this PhD stuff works. So yeah, that's fair. I hope you don't mind me asking, are you PhD qualified? Almost. TM. I'm currently doing like revisions, and then I have to do my Viva exam, so like a spoken exam with a panel who rip apart the thesis and tell me everything I've done wrong. And then I have to do probably more revisions, and then I am Dr. Psydere. So I'm very, very close. In theory, I should be like I should be Dr. Psydere within 6 months, which is terrifying. Um, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Like during the time where like the time between when I submit and when I do my Viva, I don't actually know what I'm gonna do. I think I'm just gonna be like, huh, I have no more revisions to do. So I guess I'll just read the whole thing again and try and remember stuff. I might actually start working on reformatting things into a paper so that it stays fresh in my mind. That seems like a good time to do that, maybe, because I think there's going to be like maybe a month between submission and the exam, or possibly 2 months. It depends on when people are available, really. But yeah. I have considered a PhD, but I'm more of a hands-on person when it comes to therapy. I'm conflicted on whether or not I should get it. Yeah, I think to be fair, a PhD can be as hands-on or as hands-off as you want to make it. For me, mine was very hands-off. My entire research program for my PhD was just entirely online. That was partially because I started in 2020 and I didn't have a choice. But it was also partially just because that's the kind of research I prefer doing. I'm not great at the whole like interacting with people in the lab thing. I get quite stressed. So yeah. I do want to do it at some point, and I'm talking to people at my university about like potential collaborations and stuff, but I am definitely more of a survey person. Um, so yeah, most of mine is like surveys and online experiments that I just kind of yeet out onto a participant recruitment software and hope for the best. But I know other people that are doing PhDs that are pretty hands-on. In terms of like they're going out and they're interviewing people and they're doing like a like qualitative analysis and stuff like that, or they're doing actual experiments in person. So yeah, I think it just kind of comes down to what your personal research interests are and what your preferred method of doing it is. That being said, even if you were doing like interviews and you were going out and meeting people, I feel like you'd probably still be spending at least 50% of your time, if not more, in an office, like not necessarily interacting. So yeah. The PhD is very, very, very desk based. Like, unless you're in a fieldwork heavy field, like I know people that are in like plant science or environmental science or stuff like that that actually go out and do stuff. Or like geology, that's another one where I know someone that goes out and they're like out on a volcano at least once a year, and then they spend big chunks of their time just like doing rock stuff. And I'm like, that's very cool that you get to leave the house regularly. But I'm not that way inclined. I like staying at home and not interacting with people, so I do surveys. Yeah. As a lawyer in training, I don't know how this science stuff works. Me neither. I feel like the more I learn about science, the less I understand how it works, you know? Like I'm getting to the point. I've never actually read any of the like I've read about the main philosophy of science, like concepts and constructs and stuff. I've never actually read the main philosophy of science texts in terms of like, you know, the like Popper and that. I've never actually read them, and I feel like I need to just give up, scrap everything I know, go back to the beginning and start there again. Um and also I feel like I need to redo all of my stats again because I feel like I don't understand anything to do with stats anymore. But that is a problem for future Psydere because right now I'm just trying to do my 9 to 5 work and then also finish my thesis stuff. And then when I've done that, then I can start learning things again. That's the plan. Just spilled red ink all over your keyboard. No! 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 Oh. Might need to advance. Might actually advance. Oh my gosh, what's going on? It's stopping. My language is stopping. Might actually ask for advice on surveys. Please do. Feel free to. Feel free to. It turns out that when I eat breakfast, wake up when I want, have nothing to stress about, and listen to comfy streams, I tend to be pretty happy. Yeah, me too. Unfortunately. Well, actually, no, saying that, when so when gosh, when was it? It was actually when I started streaming. Here's a fun fact. The thing that pushed me to start streaming was that I got like a really bad, like, repetitive strain injury from typing too much. And then I had to take 6 weeks off like work and my PhD, and I just got so bored. I was so bored. I was like, I'm not doing anything and I don't like it. So I was like, what can I do that doesn't involve too much like moving my shoulder, because it was my shoulder. And I was like, I'm just gonna start streaming, and that's what I did. And then I did a test stream where I played Spyro, and I was gonna say it all went downhill from there. It all went downhill for all of you from there. I've enjoyed it. But yeah, so I feel like if I was just waking up and just watching streams and not really doing much, I'd get really bored. Thank you for the follow, Firezone8654. Welcome in. Welcome to the participant pool. You now have to take part in the research. I hope you're well. It turns out. Oh wait, no, I read that already. Well, geology, the science of licking rocks. Genuinely. Also, hello, Professor Dutchy. How are you doing? I hope you're good. Words. Channeled my inner Psydere and crashed a club meeting just to get free pizza. I have done that so many times. In fact, sometimes I crash meetings and then I eat the food and then I sit there and I listen to the thing and then I take the extra food away. In fact, I plan to do this at some point in the next week, is to go to a seminar, partially because I want to see the person who's there, and partially because food. And partially, of course, because I'm interested in the research, of course, but also food. Not that the food's ever any good, but you know, it's fine. Seminar food is like sandwiches. It's like really like, it's always really sad sandwiches. Like, one time I had sandwiches at a seminar that were like just raw vegetables in sweet chili sauce, and I am still haunted by it. It was really upsetting. What are your views on Sigmund Freud? I'm very curious. I don't really have any. Like, it's not really my area, to be honest. Like, the way that I see Freud is more like, how can I put this? Like, I would say obviously Freud was the basis of a lot of like modern clinical practice. Personally, I'm not convinced on the evidence basis for it, but admittedly I've never really looked into it that hard. What I understand of it is that the evidence base isn't amazing for some of his techniques, but then I also am not aware of how they've developed since then, if that makes sense. Like, for all I know, well, no, obviously there would be. It's like 100 years old at this point. Like, the techniques would have developed substantially, and I know nothing about them. But I think from a words, from a philosophical standpoint, interesting ideas. But yeah, heavy caveat. Don't know anything about the like follow-up research that's been done, and also have never actually read any of the original texts from Freud. I should probably do that at some point. Like, I should probably actually read Freud at some point. This is what I mean when I say I've never read any of the like base stuff. I'm just kind of like going off the base stuff. I'm like going off what I've been taught, and I'm increasingly not convinced that it's great. Crash meeting, gets food, listens casually to talk, gets more food. That's my Oshi. Yes. Genuinely, actually, that is me. Like, I will have 2 plates and then like just I'll like skip breakfast, have 2 plates of free food, and then take the leftovers away. Hi Basil, how you doing? Hope you're well. Welcome in. Freud reading ASMR when? Is Freud public domain yet? Surely we're getting there. I can't remember when Freud's Freud Project Gutenberg. Yeah. Is Freud on Project Gutenberg yet? Yes, actually. The Interpretation of Dreams, General Introduction to Psychoanalysis. Okay. I can check whether these are also public domain in where I am. Yeah, Group Psychology and the Analysis of the Ego. Yeah. Yeah, most of it looks like it's public domain now, which is very cool. That could actually be a thing. We could actually do that. That would be quite funny. Let me know when it'd be a good time for us to chat regarding VTuber therapy thing. Honestly, I'll just message you at some point. Yeah, I'll just drop you a message. You're good? I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm really glad. Wait, is that your own? Wait, you have a... Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know. That's exciting. Okay. And hi, that red panda. Welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing? I remember him and a bunch of other people were all in the same city at the same time. I mean, yeah, I'm sure lots of people have been in the same city at the same time. You know, influential people tend to congregate together even if they don't get along eventually, you know? And hi, Potter. Hello. I'm doing decent. I'm catching up on work that already should have been done. That's a mood. That's a mood. Society and its discontents is also good. Yes, I've been meaning to read that too. Oh, so many things to read. Freud audiobook reading when? I can actually do that. I can actually do that. What would Freud's stand be? This is a good question. This is the real question for all time. Okay. I need to do more reading. So, it's time to do more reading. There's nothing else to it. We're reading. I'm determined to finish this paper. I think I can do it. I'm on page 14 out of 20. So I think maybe I can do this. Cheer me on and I might be able to. And hi, Helmantis, how you doing? How you doing? Freud could post some bangers. Incredible. Incredible. It's so true. Oh my. Jewel stands id and ego. Yes, I love that. I love that so much. Okay. So yeah, we need to do the thingy now. The work. We need to actually work now. So let's do that. Let's do some work now. I'm gonna try and finish this paper and we will see how that goes. Oh, noise. That's me being told to start working. Okay. I'll see you all in 45 minutes. I'm gonna mute myself again. Goodbye. See you in a bit.
harder.
Hello. Hello, we're back. We are indeed. We're so back. You know, actually, I'm gonna hide this. There we go. Hello, we're back. Time for the yap. It's yapping time. Or something. I don't know. This one? Yeah. There we go. Okay. We're doing 50. There we go. Cool. Here we are. It is time for 15 minutes of the yap. It's so over. No, it's only just beginning. We're beginning. I have a lot of chat to catch up on, though. I have a lot of chat. Right, let's see. We had pasta. Husbando managed to speedrun making an entire dinner during that pomodoro. And we had pasta. I was very, very impressed. I don't know how. Like, it takes me, like, I don't even know how much, like, how much I'm thinking. I don't know. It normally takes me, like, at least an hour to make the same food that Husbando just made in literally, like, 20 minutes. I'm very, very impressed. Class is in 5, so if I don't catch the stream by the time class is done, take care. I hope your class goes well. You better leave now before Energy Drink Bushy uses his legal education to sing everybody's praises. Oh gosh, caffeinated Bushy. I'm scared, I'm threatened. I hope your class goes well. Sometimes my one brain cell can make great ideas. Relatable. Okay, I had a good moment today. I was being told by family members, one who is a nurse, that psychology isn't useful outside of medical psychology. In other words, counselling and mental health are the only useful skills. Yet one of my best online friends did developmental psychology in uni and is now a teacher, and she's been helping me by giving me real-world examples of how teachers use scaffolding and so on. That's very cool. Yes. Psychology is very useful. Very, very useful out of just clinical stuff. I think it's just because most people don't know. Most people don't understand what psychologists who aren't clinical psychologists do. Like, therapy, the existence of therapy is fairly well understood in most Western countries now, right? Actually, in a lot of countries, full stop now. But like, if you say to somebody, "Oh, I'm a psychologist," that tends to be what people think. Like, the stereotype is still, like, lying down on the couch and making you talk about your feelings. But that's not what most psychologists do. Like, most of us are researchers, to be honest. There are way more research psychologists than there are clinical psychologists. And yeah, I mean, to be fair, in terms of how it's useful outside of therapy, I mean, I do research. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, I research stuff that's useful. I research, like, social issues. I try and find answers to them. So, yeah. I mean, a great example, actually. So there's a branch of psychology that is kind of, like, economics inspired, right? It's kind of applying economics principles to psychology. And it's called behavior science. And that has been used to basically make some policy changes that have had quite a big impact in terms of helping people. So, for example, one of the big things that's been changed in the UK because of this field is first of all, organ donations. They used to be opt-in, and it was a really, really low number of people that like opted into it. It was like 10% or something, and then they switched it to opt-out. So everybody is automatically an organ donor, assuming that their organs are safe to use. But you have the ability to opt out if you don't feel comfortable with it, or you have religious reasons or whatever. You don't even have to give a reason, I think. You can just opt out. You literally just ask. But people, like, if they're kind of just ambivalent towards something, then people just kind of go with whatever the default is. So that means that now all of the people, like 80% of people who just didn't care either way, they have gone from the default being I am not opted in to I am now opted in. And that has meant that there is just way more organs available for donation in general. And it's really, really helped health. So there you go. Even in an adjacent field, literally just like switching from mental health to physical health, you can see a massive difference because of psychology. So yeah. There you go. There's another example. I may or may not just be yapping though, to be honest. Uh, Also, I forgot to say, thank you, Chasey, for the follow and also for the Prime sub. Thank you. What you don't know is that you've just signed a research contract. So this is like a scam. You have to pay me to be able to have a research contract. That's how it works. It's like an internship, but worse. So yeah, you're gonna have to do my research for me now. You read the terms and conditions, right? Oh dear. I would argue that every field of science is useful pretty much everywhere, but that's my uneducated assumption. Yeah, I mean, normally you can find some way that it's being applied. That's kind of the whole point of it, really, is to, progress human knowledge and stuff. So, yeah. To be honest, I would have entirely forgotten to opt in, so I'm happy for someone to use my organs. I doubt they're any good though. I mean, same, to be fair, same. I was actually opted in saying that though. I was opted in, but yeah, I know quite a lot of people who were in favor of opting in and they just never got round to it. I think I only got round to it because of I was actively asked at one point in a medical context, if something happens to you, would you like to opt in to being on the organ donor register? And I was like, yeah, probably. That sounds fine. I'm fairly young. Take my organs. So yeah. So I did actually opt in, but I think a lot of people do forget. Yeah. My aunt and by extension my cousin very much have a everything you learn must pay off in terms of a high paying job. They don't really think things like art or journalism should be taught at academic levels and are useless degrees. I mean, top journalists get paid a lot though. Top journalists get paid a lot. So that the logic is inherently flawed. But also, to be fair, there's a lot of jobs that are really, really important to society and they get systematically devalued because there's this idea that if you do something I don't know, nursing's a great example actually, ironically. If you do something like nursing or teaching or research, then you're doing it for the good of society or because you have some kind of altruistic drive that's making you do it. So because of that, there's this kind of logic from organizations, whether they say it or not, that oh, well, you don't need to be paid as much then because you just love the work and you like helping people and stuff. Yeah. So that ends up with less pay in those professions, which is counterintuitive, right? But that is unfortunately how it works. Yeah. So there you go. There's another thing that you can tell them. Lankuri, if you're still lurking, which I doubt you are, but I hope your medical appointments go well. And thank you. Thank you for joining us. I might still be here though. I don't know. I don't know how long we're going to stream today. I haven't decided yet. When I thought my day couldn't get any worse, I lost my password for my two-factor authentication code, so I can't connect my phone to my Firefox account. Oh no. I'm sorry, Doc Rex. I'm sorry. That's a pain. That's a pain. I hope you can work that out. Also, hi Vampire Winnie. I don't know if you're still here. You said that quite a while ago. How are you doing? Welcome in. I hope you're good. Let's see. Yes, lots of streams. I've been very consistent. Very consistent. I'm surprised. Surprised by how consistent I've been. But yeah, good luck with the class, Bushy. Good luck with the health appointment. Lankuri. Who else? Someone else just said, oh, Pookie, you gotta go to work. Thank you for joining us. And I hope your work day goes well. Let's see. Oh, your insurance doesn't cover it either. Only stolen or damaged. That is such a pain. That is such a pain. I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. I would cry. I would cry. I'm not gonna lie. If I lost my two-factor authentication stuff, I would be really, really stressed because that would basically lock me out of all of my accounts. No, actually saying that, no, it wouldn't. I actually do have backups. Believe it or not, I have backups. It would still be very, very stressful though. Very stressful. Oh my gosh. I hope you can get that sorted. I think I opted into like a stem cell thing because they were doing it in my uni library and they were handing out free pens. Incredible. The free pen is enough to motivate anything. I would do anything for a free pen. I'm gonna have some tea. Not only did Husbando make me pasta, he also made me tea. So 10 out of 10. Luckily I have YubiKeys. That's good. That's good. I'm really glad. Oh my gosh. Oh, but not for Firefox. Oh, pain. Pain. I hope you can recover it. I'm washing my pillows and one broke in the machine. What is going on? Why is everybody just like, why is everything just going wrong this week? I've not had anything personally go wrong this week, but we've had some pretty chaotic things happening in the science ecosystem generally, and it's been quite stressful. It's just not a good week. This is a week of all time. I do not like it. They accidentally gave me 2 whole free pens. Incredible. Incredible. I think I still have pens hoarded from when I was an undergrad. Like the free ones that I was given at like careers fairs and stuff like that. I think I've genuinely got loads of them hoarded. I've got some really random ones as well. I think I've got one from like a university that I've never been to and I still don't know how I've got it. And I've also got one from the like British Chiropractor Society and I also don't know how I've got that. It's quite cool though, it's shaped like a spine. But also, I'm not convinced on the efficacy of chiropractic. So, chiropractic? Chiropractic? I don't know the word. I'm not convinced on it, so yikes. The best one, actually, the best one is that some UK universities, I don't know if they still do this, but like, I've seen this on a few campuses. It's like Domino's will turn up and just give out free pizza slices, and then every single person who hasn't had enough student finance yet will just get into a line to get the free Domino's, and then they'll loop back around again, and they'll just keep going around. Like they'll visit like 4 times throughout the day, and that's their lunch sorted. Incredible. Domino's is always giving out pizza. It's great. I know. I agree. It's amazing. Not that I ever have one that I can have though, which is very frustrating. They never think to bring the vegan pizza. It makes me very sad. I'm always sat there like, why don't I get pizza? I just get free pens. It's the exact same spot my mum sold it up. Maybe I should get a new pillow. I told her to toss it. I'll get a new one. Yeah. There comes a point where you just need to give up and just get a new one. I've been at that point more times than I care to admit, to be honest. I tend to keep things like pillows for way too long and then they fall apart. So I feel that. Actually, the worst thing is that I not only do I keep them, but then I've got like a pillowcase, like a pillow protector, and I would just put the broken pillow inside of the pillow protector. That's how bad I am. Yeah. But there comes a point where you should just get a new one. My main thumb drive is from a university on the opposite side of the island. That's very funny. That's very funny. And extremely relatable. I have one from a university in Scotland, and I've been to Scotland exactly once in my whole life, and it's not even the university that I went to, so I'm still not sure where I got that from. They just turn up. They just turn up. It was probably from like a careers fair where they had like a stall about doing master's degrees or something. I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? I just collect things. My entire stationery collection is literally a collection. Okay, I unfortunately still have not finished this paper, but I'm very, very close now. I know I said that already, but genuinely I'm like 4 pages off, and I'm at the bottom of one of the pages. So, in the next Pomodoro, I might even actually finish it. Who knows? Who knows? I'm excited. We're gonna do our best. The autistic impulse to collect, genuinely. Genuinely. I'm so bad for it. I'm so bad for it. But like, it's just specifically pens. Because like, I have so much access to like free pens that I'm always like, I don't need to buy pens. You know what I mean? Why would I go out and buy pens if I can get perfectly good pens for free from the like twice a year careers fairs? It just doesn't make sense. Actually, just stuff like that in general. In general, if someone like just gives me it, I'm like, yes, I will take it, even if I have no need for it. Okay, that is the timer. I have to work. I cry. Okay, we work. No, we're positive. We're staying positive and we're working and we're going to enjoy it. We're going to enjoy it, or at least try, at least pretend to. We do our best. So let me set the timer for 45 minutes. There we go. Also, hello, Ilaria Atra. Sorry, I forgot to say hello to you. I saw your message and then I forgot to say hello. How are you doing? There's always a cuter pen out there somewhere. Exactly, exactly. Like, how can I say no to a free pen that is in the shape of a spine? I think that's incredible. And then, like, different pens, like, certain pens are better in terms of their, like, niceness to write with. And sometimes you look at a pen and you think, oh, that's going to be nice to write with, and then it isn't, and it's horrid, and then it makes me sad. And sometimes you look at a pen and you're like, oh, that does not look like my kind of pen, and then it's actually really nice to write with, and then I want to keep it forever. One of my favourite pens is about to run out, and I'm very sad. I'm very, very sad. But yeah. Anyway, let's do another 45 minutes of working. So I will set the timer for 45 minutes, and I will see you at the end. Upon which I may yap. Who knows? We'll see. Depends on whether I finish this paper or not. I do actually need to finish it today. Okay. I will see you in 45. Bye.
Ada.
Hello. I have returned. Hello, hello. Let me do this. Do this. Do this. Yes, there we go. Hello. Hello. How is everybody? How are we all doing? How are things? I have been reading. I finished the first paper. Very good. Very exciting. Ah. Right. Right. I'm gonna quickly try and catch up with chat from when I was working. Okay. Right. So a physics technician randomly came up to me during the middle of an experiment back in October and asked if I wanted a plastic spider. So I just said sure, and now I have a plastic spider on my desk. That's quite funny. I like that. I like that. That's fun. I have a random, like, like Pusheen, like the cute little cat thingy. I have one of those on my desk and I don't know why. I don't know. I don't remember where it came from. Um oh, and yeah. Thank you Dawn Prod VT for the follow, and also thank you Pippi for the sub. Thank you. Thank you. You are now on a research contract. You have to take part in my research. You also have to help me do it. You've upgraded. Now you're paying to do work for me. Excellent. This is how academia works. This is how it works. Oh gosh. And yes, also hello Pippi. Hello. Thank you for the wishes for a productive work session. It was productive, but I'll come back to that in a second. Hello scientist. What are your thoughts on using cosine similarity? I have no thoughts on it because I don't know maths. That's my thought. And hello Boomer. Hello. How are you doing? Don't work too hard. I have to work hard. I've got a lot of things to do. I've got so many papers to read. It's terrible. In general, like I think my Zotero library has like 4,000 things in my unread folder, which obviously I'm never going to read all of them. At some point one day I'm going to do a co-working stream where I will literally just sit here and clear out my Zotero library of papers that I'm never going to read. But that day is not today. Also, thank you for the Ara redeem. What kind, Boomer, if you're still here, I don't know if you're still here. If you're still here, what kind of Ara would you like? What kind would you like? If not, then I'll just do a standard one once I've caught up with the rest of chat. There's many of them. Yes, I can do one in a. I think last time I had to do it in a Scottish accent or something. I don't know. There is also the sub noise, which is Ara, but you're a creature of the void. So that's good. Yes. Half of off topic is in Chinese because of DeepSeek. That's fair. That I've only got like a cursory understanding of DeepSeek, but it seems very interesting. The fact that they made a model that's like better than ChatGPT, the paid version, and then they open sourced it. That's kind of wild. That's pretty impressive. You're doing great, Ilaria. I'm glad. My students did not eat me alive today, and I enjoyed lessons and it helped my mood a lot. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm glad you had a good day. I'm glad. No. That's completely good. I normally won't like read anything. I try to avoid reading things during the work sessions because like if I'm reading a paper, then I need to be like locked in, if that makes sense. Like distractions kind of pull my train of thought away, and then I end up not processing the paper. So yeah, if I'm doing paper reading, I tend to not really look away from the paper too much. Yeah. I'm fixated. I'm in my zone. What was the paper about? It was about how, so basically it was looking at how R&D departments, so research and development departments, and then like marketing departments can work together. So it was quite an old paper. It was from 1996. But I think at that time there hadn't been too much of departments working together. Like things were still very compartmentalized. I think things tend to be a little bit more integrated now, but not a lot. But it was basically looking at how like engineering and science departments can work with marketing departments so that first of all the product that they're developing in the R&D department is actually supporting the customer's needs, but then also so that, well, actually no, they were mostly looking at that direction really. To like make it, yeah, focusing on like the overall needs of the company, which wasn't entirely what I was after, but I guess it's quite a useful thing to think about. I was more thinking about how to, like, what I want to find out is like how to apply marketing and communications and outreach techniques to science. I was trying to get some insight about that, but that wasn't really what I found in the paper. What I found was more about like project management and stuff like that, but it's still kind of helpful. Still kind of helpful. There's stuff in there that I can pull out for what I need, so that's good. The physics lab technicians at my uni are a weird bunch. One dressed up as a specific loo stool at a local nightclub for Halloween. That's quite funny. That that's like a proper like a cult classic costume, you know? That's like a I've been at this campus for too long and I know all of the local jokes and it's getting a bit out of hand kind of costume, which is quite funny. I appreciate that. Ah, yes, the involuntary experiment participation. Exactly. Exactly. You're learning. That's the one. You're going to start conducting the experiments now. Oh, dear. Hello. Is your name Mersupahonen or Mersupahonen or something else? Please tell me. Ow, I meant to do that. Please tell me if I'm saying it wrong or if you have a nickname that you prefer. Hello, welcome in. I just listened to a book about human evolution and it was interesting. Human evolution is pretty interesting. Evolution in general is pretty interesting. I want to read Origin of the Species one day. I've heard my friend Fi talk about it so much that I now feel like I need to read it. I never intended to, but now I will, probably. Just pick a random one? Okay. Okay. We're gonna do... Okay. Blue Eyes White Boomer has redeemed the arrow. I'm gonna do my best. I need to put the... Wait, okay. What should I say? Does anyone have anything specific? Can I try and find like an arrow quote? Arrow quote. Let's see. I can't find anything. I can't find anything. I might just try and think of something on the spot. Oh dear. You can just call me Mercy. Thank you, Mercy. Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. You've just joined the participation pool. Now you have to take part in my research. Stream read along idea. That's true, actually. We've got so many stream read along ideas. Maybe we'll actually make them happen at some point. Okay. You're great, and you will always be my little PogChamp. How about this? Ura. I guess you are my little PogChamp. Why? Why are you following now? Welcome in, Engine Crafter. Thank you for the follow. Oh dear. Well, that was highly embarrassing. Top science content on this channel. So true. So true. Nothing but science content. I always think I need to make like a pre-existing bank of like how can I describe it? Like science themed ada lines, you know? But of course, one of the donation rewards in the recent charity stream was a video where I say ada for 15 minutes straight. So I might need to start thinking of them more rapidly because I'm going to have to record that soon. It was a good and interesting ada, thank you. Oh dear. I work in R&D and it's mostly the department that does reading. I work in R&D and it's mostly the department that buy stuff that we have problems with, not marketing. Oh, so like the buyers, I see. Since they don't do buy parts for one-off machines. Oh, they don't like to buy parts for one-off machines. I see. That's not ideal. That's not ideal. Yeah, I can imagine. That must be really painful. Yeah, apparently in 1996 there was an issue between like marketing and R&D actually talking to each other. So this paper was basically saying that like there was a period of time where R&D would just do their own thing regardless of whether it was actually meeting the needs of the customers or not. So like if they just wanted to do something, they'd just do it. That's what they were basically saying. Um, which I think is useful as historical context because it's like I can kind of pull out some stuff and be like, as a reminder, don't do this. That's not ideal. You do need to think about context when you're doing your research and development. Um, but yeah, it wasn't really what I was looking for. Yeah, I was more interested in like how, like, what are the like key marketing principles that are really, and like, you know, like consumer psychology and behavioral psychology and stuff. Like, how does that, what's the best way to apply that to science? Like if you want to go out and tell the public or tell other scientists about your work, what is the best way that you can market yourself? And I was trying to look for that in this paper and it didn't have it. So I was slightly disappointed that it wasn't focused on that, but it's fine. Like I said, still useful insights. The one I'm reading now is let's see. Open Science and Public Trust in Science, results from 2 studies. So they've done a survey and they're also doing an experiment to see whether using open science practices like sharing data and open access publications and stuff like that improves how the public trust science, like increases public trust in science. That's what it's looking at, which is interesting. One of those annoying papers where I'm like, yeah, I wish I'd come up with that. Oh, yeah. That's it's like one of those papers that's like really simple in concept and then just I don't know, didn't do like wait, no, not that one. I'm mixing up the 2 papers now. In my brain, I'm mixing up the 2 papers. Interesting concept and simple concept, and I wish I'd done it. That's what I'm trying to say. Yes. Ada is a Japanese phrase often used by older female characters in manga, anime, and games. It taps into attachment psychology and motherly affection. That is a take. That is certainly a take. I listen to a lot of books about physics, technology, and science. Interesting topics. Absolutely. I need to get more into like reading and listening to audiobooks again. I used to listen to loads of audiobooks and then I kind of stopped. I fell off because like I had to read mandatory reading, so much of it for the PhD. I just gave up. I just can't. I needed a break, you know. I needed to stop reading for a little while. Oh dear. Listen, stuff not working and embarrassing yourself is just Twitch on a normal date. That's so true. That's so true. Thoughts on distorted cognitive manifolds. What is a manifold? I don't know what that is. Why are you asking me these kinds of questions? Manifold. What even is a manifold? That's a word. Manifold. Ah, it's maths. That's why I've never heard of it. In mathematics, a manifold is a topological space that locally resembles a Euclidean space near each point. More precisely, an n-dimensional manifold, or n-manifold for short, is a topological space with the property that each point has a neighborhood that is homeomorphic to an open subset of n-dimensional Euclidean space. One-dimensional manifolds include lines and circles, but not self-crossing curves such as in figure 8, a figure of 8 even. Two-dimensional manifolds are also called surfaces. Examples include the plane, the sphere, and the torus, and also the Klein bottle and real projective plane. The concept of a manifold is central to many parts of geometry and modern mathematical physics because it allows complicated structures to be described in terms of well-understood topological properties of simpler spaces. Manifolds naturally arise as a solution set of systems equations, such as graphs of functions. The concept has been... I can't do it anymore, I'm sorry. I did my best. I started stumbling over myself because I started laughing. Oh dear. Turns out stuffing a bunch of mad scientists in a room with little to no guidance has consequences. So true. So true. Often bad ones. Often, often I feel like I've made a mistake when I get groups of scientists together because I'm like, oh no, sounds like we're gonna have to come up with some bad ideas for research now, and then we'll cause problems. Gonna use a Laplacian eigenmap to extract psychological feature spaces. I don't know what this means. I'm scared. I don't like maths. Those are the words of someone who knows their math exactly, and I do not. I do not know any maths. I am mathless. Oh dear. It's another tool in a series of tools to extract features. This means nothing to me. This means nothing to me. This is true, Doc Rex. This is very true. Although my experience of working with a bunch of autistic scientists is that we actually come up with very, very good research questions. Yes. Do you believe in the theory that there are multiple dimensions that have not been observed? I have no opinion on it. I don't know anything about like theoretical physics. I literally know nothing. So I can't give you an answer. I'm sorry. I can't. I got nothing. I'm sorry. Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the deal. The timer has gone off, but I think we should. I think it's time to. I think it's going to be quite late if I do another Pomodoro session. And this paper that I'm started reading, it's a lot more in my lane. It's a lot more traditional psychology. So, well, traditional meta science, really, to be honest. So, here's my suggestion. Let's yap. Let's just yap to close off the stream. When I say close off, I'm not saying anytime soon. We're just gonna yap. I ain't changing the category though, because I'm still co-working if I'm talking about science, right? If we're talking about science, then it still counts as co-working, right? Right? Oh gosh. Oh dear. I mean, the stereotypical mad scientist has been modeled on probably being autistic. This is very true. This is very true. Yeah. The stereotypical mad scientist does display a lot of like classic traits. And sometimes that gives me pain, but sometimes it doesn't. Anyway, what should we do? Let's work it out. What should we do for our break? What should we do for our break? I'm thinking there's something that we haven't done in a while that we used to do all the time. Long-time viewers will know what I'm talking about. Let's play some browser games. Let's go on our break and play some browser games. It's time, exactly. It is indeed time. It's still studying the law if I'm shouting at my cat that I will sue them for their crimes of not paying me back. This is extremely true. This is extremely true. That absolutely counts. Right, what am I doing? I'm going here. I'm going here. Okay, yes. That's going to be loud. Let's not do that. I apologise. I don't know what to do about the noise that's about to happen. Oh, I can do this. There we go. There we go. That was a fairly smooth transition, relatively, in the grand scheme of things, I think. I'm going to go like this so that I don't get told off for using an ad blocker. I don't know if that's against TOS. I can't see what I'm doing. Why am I doing it that way? That's very silly. There we go. We'll put this here, shall we? How's that? How's that? There we go. We're going to play some Food Guesser. It's been a while. No, don't put me in just chatting. No, don't do it. No. We're on a break. This is still valid co-working. This is this is still valid co-working. Taking a break is a very important part of productivity, okay? Okay, I'm glad we're all in agreement. Okay. This can go back over here. Whoa, broken, large, oversized window. I'm scared. Oh dear. Fixed it. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Okay. Technically, chess is a browser game because of chess.com. This is very true. This is very true. I think that counts. Okay. We're going to do some food guesser. We've not done this in a while. I don't remember any food, so this will be fun and interesting. Okay. I reckon we can do a few games of this because we're quite far behind. There's also Connections, I think it's called, which everybody is very obsessed with at the minute. You know what, I'll bring that up too. Hang on. Let me go find it. Let's try that one too. We've never done that before. Okay. Yes. There we go. Okay. Cool. Right. It's food guesser time. Class after drinking a whole can of energy drink leads to answering the professor like you're speaking in Morse code messages, but answering correctly every time. That's my default, though. You've heard how I yap. What would happen to me if I had an energy drink? Maybe I would actually, like, go so fast that I would slow down. Does your field also have papers where people just make up maths? Well, they justify the maths, but it's like new stuff that they attempted and justified. Not really, no. Psychology is very word based. I very rarely even see like what are those diagrams? The ones where you do like map causality through a diagram, if that makes sense. That we don't even really do those, which is kind of a shame. I've been thinking, like, should I make one? Ouch, I meant to do that. Should I make one? Yes. Should I make one for my thesis? And I'm like, maybe I should actually. Maybe I should. Not the vine boom. Every time I get like the vine boom, I'm breaking things. The fun fact, the vine boom is at. Oh my gosh, I'm struggling. The vine boom is actually just my brain exploding. I think I know what you're referring to. Yeah, those graphs, we don't even use those. We just use logic. I don't know. Talking about econ. I think econ are the same, but they kind of do the math. Oh yeah, no, they do the math thing. They do the math thing. But they also do the graph thing, and then they also put it into words. That's my experience of reading an economics paper, is that like genuinely like a third of it is just them like explaining their hypothesis in 3 ways. I remember a paper where they reinvented calculus because they've never learned Newton's method. That's quite funny. That's quite funny. Oh no. I'm a yapper too, but I get sleepy after energy drinks. You get sleepy after energy drinks. I don't. I vibrate. Well, I don't actually drink energy drinks because they make me vibrate too much. But I have coffee sometimes and it makes me actually vibrate. Like, I talk pretty fast by default and I talk even faster when I'm ingesting caffeine. So that's terrible. That's terrible. Oh dear. There's a lot of math in AI, but that's because anyone can try anything to optimize. That's true. That's true. Quantum physicists have been drawn to AI. Yeah, that's too. That's also true. Yes. Yes. Okay, let's do some food guesser. Let's do some food guesser. New game daily. Let's do the daily game. What is it? That is a food. Okay. Right. This dish is a savory blend featuring corned beef, potatoes, and onions mashed together into a hearty mixture. It's often served with pickled beets, a fried egg, and herring on the side, creating vibrant contrast of flavours and colours. Typically accompanied by pickles, this dish embodies a rich, comforting experience that's both rustic and satisfying. And then the ingredients are corned beef, potatoes, onions, beetroot, pickles, fried egg, herring, gherkins, carrots, optional, and red beet juice. The issue is that my family drinks coffee and tea on such a normal basis that I literally can sleep after drinking espresso, and it's problematic. That is very intense. Yeah, I can sleep after a cup of tea. I think tea, I'm just desensitized to it, but caffeine in coffee does something different to me. And like synthetic caffeine does something even more different to me. So whole pickle, raw fish. Yeah. Is the fish raw? It might not be. Is the No, I don't think the fish is raw. Or maybe? No, I don't think it's raw. I think it's just got the skin on. Looks British. It's definitely not British. This is not British. No way. If this was British, I'd know about it, surely. Also, like, gherkins? We don't really do gherkins. I guess it could be Scottish. Looks like a crime only the British could do. Okay. So here's my thinking on it. I guess it could be Scottish, or it could be Nordic, or it could be Slavic. I think that's the regions where it might come from. Looks like canned fish, like kippered herring or sardines. Yeah, it says it's herring, so I guess it could be. Oh, if it's kippers, then it could be Scottish actually. Okay. There's another picture. Oh, that looks even worse. What on earth? How is it worse? I'm really upset. I don't like this. What in? Ugh. Herring is just very much a canned meal, which is very common in some way. Yeah. I think I have a guess. I'm honestly now that everyone said Scotland, sorry, everyone said British. I'm honestly thinking maybe it is Scotland because this thing here, the like tomato, quarter of a tomato, that's a very British thing to do. Is just cutting up the tomato into quarters and just leaving it. And also the other thing that's noticeable on both of these pictures is that there's very little seasoning. It's just black pepper. So it could well be Scotland. I really hope it isn't, but we'll put it in there. Hot. Okay. It's not. Take that. Yes. It's not the UK. Oh my gosh. Okay. Right. It says it's east, southeast, east, southeast. Southeast. Okay. Southeast. What do you think of eel jelly? I've never had it and I never intend to. Yeah, that's what I think of it. Marmite and Crumpets is based. I love Marmite and Crumpets. I could eat that like genuinely every single breakfast for at least a week and not get bored of it. I'm a big Marmite enjoyer. Looks like Finland. It could be, but then it says it's east, southeast, south. So yeah, so it says it's southeast, which means I'm thinking, hot, hot. Denmark. Denmark. I think the average position of would the average position of Denmark be southeast of the UK? No, it wouldn't be. They're on the same, roughly the same latitude. No. Hmm. Hmm. I'm thinking. I think I recognize this, but I've never seen it with fish before. Okay. Okay. Uh. Turns out other places have bad cuisine too. Lots of places have bad cuisine. I'll have you know that the UK is very variable for food. There's some places that are very, very good for food and some places that are very, very bad for it. Greenland? Say on. Look down here. I'll move out the way, okay? I've just realised, to be fair, that I'm in the way and you can't see this. I was about to tell you off. Wah! I broke it. There you go. Now you can see. Greenland is not southeast of the UK. Denmark is northeast. Yeah, I think, well, because it averages out though. It averages out in the middle of the country from what I can tell. So people think that the UK is northeast of, sorry, southwest of Denmark. But I think if you're talking in terms of averages, Scotland goes up pretty high, remember? So it would probably be about even on terms of latitude. Poland could be. These are all like, apart from the corned beef, that's what's throwing me off. The rest of it seems like the rest of it seems Polish coded, but the corned beef is very much throwing me off. Pizza is very common in UK, oh Ukraine and Russia. Yeah, I mean it's very common like across the whole of like the whole general Slavic speaking region. So yeah, corned beef. I don't know what to think of the corned beef. I really, really don't. I really don't. Map-wise, it could be basically anywhere in Europe except the Nords and East Slavs. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. So maybe it is Poland. I don't know. The corned beef though. It's stressing me out. If it's southeast of England, so it's probably the correct country. Probably where we stole this dish from. Probably. Forgive me for saying this, but you sound like a Londoner. You have hints of being northern. Yeah. My accent's a bit weird. It's because I've lived in quite a few places. I grew up in the general London area mostly, but I also lived in the north of England for a while, and I also I've been living in Ireland for the last 5 years. So it's just things kind of meshing together. It's just, and then also I've been at university for 10 years, so I'm surrounded by lots of people from lots of places, so my accent's just kind of become a strange average of everything. Like, I don't even know what my own accent is anymore. Oh, it's a mess. It's a mess. Denmark is in line with Scotland and Northumbria. Okay. Okay. So okay, yeah, so that would be north. Yeah, no, that would be more leaning east northeast. Okay. So it's not that one. Hi Octav, welcome in. Welcome in. The plate styles tell me it's Germany. You reckon it's Germany? It could be. Do they eat pickles in Germany? Do they eat pickles in Germany? I actually don't know. No, it's not English. It really isn't. It's not you. See, I thought because of the corned beef and the beetroot and the herring, there was a chance it could be Scottish, but it isn't. It's definitely not English though. English people would not eat pickles like this. We don't eat pickles like that. Like the only time that not on a plate anyway. The only time that you'd ever had pickled anything is if you're at the pub and you just want a snack. Like next up in Psydere TV, psychologist, VTuber, magical girl has a crisis over corned beef. The corned beef is genuinely giving me a crisis. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Oh dear. Okay, I'm gonna go with Poland. Borders. Okay, borders. Maybe it is Germany then. Oh yeah, no, it is Germany. Wait. West, southwest. Wait, no, because if it was Germany, it would just be west. South, southwest. I'm thinking. Oh, what's that one country? Oh gosh. Does Slovakia border Poland? Is this Slovakian? Labskaus. That sounds German though. But then Slovakian has like. Wait, no. No, isn't Austria above it? I'm thinking. I'm thinking. I can empathize. People repeatedly ask me what is my accent. Yeah, I get it a lot, like in general, because it is a bit of a weird. I do have a bit of a weird accent. I know that fully well. Like where I grew up, everyone tells me that I sound Irish now or I sound posh. Those are the two things that I get. And then here in Ireland, everyone's like, "Oh, you sound so English," but I can't place where in England you're from. You sound simultaneously like you're from the north and the south. And I'm like, okay, valid. Kind of am. Kind of accurate. Where's the potatoes? They're blended in. They're blended into the corned beef. That's why it's so upsetting. Czechs? Just I can't remember what borders Poland. This is so bad. Czech, yeah. Czechia. Czechia borders Germany and Poland, right? Yes, it does. Yes, because there's that one little like sticky out bit where Poland's put a coal mine and Czechia keeps complaining about it. I remember now. You're right. It could be Czechia. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Okay, it must be Germany. Okay. The thing is that there's big chunks of Europe where that use all of these ingredients. So, yeah. Yeah. This could have been from anywhere. Every Italian region has a different accent, and mine is from Mom. Mom? I see. Balkans. Balkans would have been I don't know actually. I think Balkans would have been okay guess based on the pickles, but I don't think that the Balkans tend to eat herring from my understanding. And also if it was Balkans, there probably would have been more vegetables in it. Thank you for the follow, Irea6. Welcome in. Welcome in. Shepherd's pie, but threw in stuff you saw from your mum's fridge. Genuinely. Genuinely, that's what it feels like. This is like we've run out of food and put everything in the blender and cook it and see what happens kind of energy. Ah, you live in City 1, but your mum's from City 2. That makes sense. That makes sense. I love your model. It's so cute. Thank you. I designed it and like made the actual model myself. It's a Voivod model, but like I textured it myself. It was certainly a learning experience. That's why it's a bit wonky in places. Thank you. Herrings are in the Atlantic. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That was my thinking too, which is why I defaulted to like it's either Scotland or a Nordic country. And then I was like, well, maybe some get in like into the what is it? You know that little area of sea, I've forgotten what it's called, the Baltic. Maybe some get into the Baltic. Maybe that's how they get in. So, yeah. But no, it's from northern Germany, so I guess it is actually coming from the Baltic. But okay, let's read about Labskaus. Labskaus is a traditional dish from northern Germany with deep historical ties to maritime culture, particularly among sailors and seafarers in the region. It emerged in the 18th and 19th centuries when sailors required meals that could be easily preserved and transported during long sea voyages. That explains a lot, but like, if you're not shipping anymore, why would you choose this? Like, what? The core ingredients of labskaus typically include corned beef or salted beef, potatoes, and onions. These are cooked together and then mashed into a coarse mixture. Some variations may incorporate pickled beetroot, which can also be served as a garnish, adding tangy and sweet flavour to the dish. Herring, traditionally in the form of pickled roll mops, whatever that is, often accompanies as a side or as part of the mix, reflecting the maritime influence and availability of fish. The dish is the dish is generally topped with a fried egg and sometimes accompanied with gherkins or other pickles, adding to the preserved nature of the ingredients, suitable for long storage. In Scandinavian countries and in parts of Northern Europe, variations of labskaus exist. Okay, that must be why I thought I'd like processed this in some way before. Okay, with ingredients and presentations varying slightly according to local tastes and available resources. Although its origins are primarily culinary, the etymology of labskaus is less clear. The term may have Nordic roots, with proposed links to Old Norse or Danish words related to provisions of food. However, definitive etymological origins are not clearly established. I feel kind of scammed because I did think that this was Denmark. I did think that this was Denmark initially, and then I was like, no, it can't be because it's like it says it's southeast of the UK. So I'm upset now when they're saying that this might have links to Danish or Old Norse. Surely that means it's probably actually from Denmark rather than North Germany. What the heck? Scammed. In modern times, Labkaus is particularly associated with Hamburg and Bremen, cities with significant historical maritime activity. It remains a popular traditional food, especially celebrated during maritime festivals and events, symbolising the seafaring heritage of northern Germany. Today, it is considered more of a culinary curiosity or comfort food, reflecting the region's maritime history and cultural exchanges. Very nice. We got a terrible score on that, so we need to do better this time. We need to do better. Oh, and thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. I will have that. I forgot water. Let me have water. I finished my tea. My accent sounds like God knows where. I'm a Singaporean who has family in the US, so I've mingled with the Chinese side and Italian American side of the family. Singaporeans, Malays, Japanese, British, Australians, Syrians. Everything was incorporated in my accent. Came out crap. That's like the same thing that I have, but like because of professionally, like I think I'm the only person who was like raised in the UK at my job. So everyone else around me has got like all sorts of diverse accents. And then, yeah, I'm there and I'm just kind of incorporating bits of how they talk. And I've always done the same. My family's from all over the UK. So yeah, I have also incorporated bits and pieces. But obviously mine's a lot more localized. I have a generic UK accent. Well, English specifically accent rather than having a general thing like that. That must be very cool though. Is it an autistic thing, TM, to have a weird accent? Apparently, I don't know the research around it, but I've seen an abstract for a paper that suggested that autistic people tend to have a different accent compared to neurotypical people. So maybe actually, maybe. I know there's like a lay theory in the autistic community that is like, oh yeah, I've got the autism accent, and then like for British people, it's just like basically a posh English one, or like middle class English one. Even if you're from wherever background, like you just kind of end up with a generic BBC sounding accent. Apparently, that's a thing. How long did it take you to learn and make the model? I used Vroid, which is like a program that you can kind of you get like a pre-existing model and pre-existing like tech like meshes and stuff, and you can use existing assets on it too. But I used the meshes and then like retextured everything. Wait, let me zoom out real quick. Let me zoom out. There you go. Whee! There you go. That's the whole. This is very small. There you go. Wait. Hello? 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 It's not working. Okay. Wait, if I go like this, and then I go like this. Ah! My head. There you go. This is my model. Hello. But yeah, I did everything. I like chose the right meshes and then I retextured it. So it was mostly what I did was just retexturing and like layering things to make it work. But I think I did the whole thing in like 2 days. It didn't take me long, but that was just because the 3D modeling was already there, you know. And I have like a bit of I'm not an artist, but I do have a bit of art experience. So yeah, I managed to do that. What am I doing? I'm putting that back. I am tiny. Hello. It's me. Tiny Psydere! Oh dear. Okay. And then I'm zooming back in. Hello. I'm approaching. Oh gosh. I approached too much. I approached too aggressively. I apologize. Okay. My siblings will have an accent and nobody questions. Yeah, it might be that. It might be that. That explains why I recognize it. Yeah, that explains why I recognize it too. Yeah. Part of Germany was part of Denmark back in the day. Exactly. Exactly. I'd say your accent is unique, not generic. It's weird because like it's generic in the sense that nobody can tell exactly where I'm from anymore, but it's unique in the sense that I've never met another person who sounds exactly the same as me. At least not in the last like few years. To be honest, probably like, you know, being in Ireland is the main thing that's changed it because when I was doing my undergrad, I was still in the vague general London area and I still sounded a bit more like I was from that vague area. Um when I first started my undergrad degree, like my bachelor's degree, I sounded very, very local. And then as time went on, because I spent most of my time hanging out with people who weren't from the UK. Uh, so yeah, I had to like adapt my accent because a lot of them were struggling to understand me. And then yeah, so I came out of my undergrad sounding a bit, well, actually, my master's as well, sounding just kind of like English, but a bit more posh. And then I went to Ireland, and then it's just been getting stranger and stranger since I've been here. So yeah, I think it's just because I'm not around anybody with my accent anymore. Or like my home accent, quote unquote. Which was very, very different. If any of you have ever heard, like, I don't know, I used to sound like Russell Brand. I know he's not a good example, but that's roughly what my accent sounded like originally. So it's changed quite substantially. I'm trying to think of another example, like kind of like Ricky Gervais. Kind of like that kind of accent. I used to have that one, and it has changed quite substantially. Yeah. Using VC Face? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Could have been a student from Hogwarts. True. Maybe one day I could still get my letter. No, I'm far too old. I have a really English accent. Yeah, I don't know what. I do think it sounds like this because I've been Irishified, if that makes sense. Like, I definitely say things in a very Irish way now. So, because my friends from back home tell me, they're like, you sound Irish now. I don't think I do, but that's because I'm surrounded by Irish people and I know what Irish accents sound like. So it's so much fun seeing models like yours grabbing an Ella by the metaphorical collar and saying it's time to cook and draw. That's so funny. I love that. I need to actually like post my proper ref sheet properly somewhere at some point, because like we have it in the Discord server, but I think I've never really. Like, I need to have like a pinned post that is just like, hey, I have this as my ref sheet. You can draw me. I should do that at some point. Our country's version of the dish says it's an old poor man dish where they used to use all the leftover stuff. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Autistic children are frequently said to speak with accents that markedly differ from those of their linguistic communities. To date, these anecdotal reports have never been tested or explained. We ran 2 perception studies using short audio recordings of autistic and typically developing children from the Campania region in Italy. The variety of Italian to which the children are exposed in this region markedly differs from those spoken in the rest of Italy. Participant responses about the children's geographical origin show A, that autistic children's accent is devoid of the regional features of their community, and B, resembles the standard variety used in cartoons and children's television programs. The judgment about children's accents are furthermore independent of the overall perception of speech atypicality. That's very interesting. That's very, very interesting. Oh my gosh, are we more likely to absorb the accents in our special interests than in our actual social connections? That's fascinating. That's so interesting. Is that why? Because, okay, there's a thing here where like a lot of autistic kids here in Ireland, and autistic adults as well here in Ireland, sound American when they're not. So I always wondered whether that was like they're just exposed mostly to American media and then they end up sounding like that. Interesting stuff. Remember when Voldemort took over the wizarding world, I mean England, it was in 1997. So any Muggle child with magical potential was deleted from the registry. That's very true. That's very, very true. Interesting. Okay. I've always thought the autism accent was because most of the autists are online. It might be. It might be the terminally online accent. That's very true. That's very true. Okay. Right, let's move on. Let's do the next round of this. What is this? This looks significantly better than the previous one, I'm not going to lie. This looks a lot better. Oh dear. Okay. Right, the ingredients are semolina, flour, yeast, water, salt, olive oil, butter, and honey. To make this dish, roast barley flour. What? Is semolina barley flour? That's so interesting. To make this dish, roast barley flour until golden. Combine it with olive oil, salt, and water, mixing it to form a dough. Shape the dough into small bits and then flatten them. Grill or bake them until they develop a crispy exterior. Serve these savoury treats warm, typically with a dipping sauce of your choice. Enjoy the unique flavour and texture. I'm confused. Because it says savoury treats and then it says optional honey, but okay. Okay. Looks like donuts. Yeah, they do just kind of look like donuts, don't they? This could be anywhere. I genuinely have no idea what's going on here. That being said, though, actually, okay, right. Here is what I'm big brain assessing. Here is my big brain assessment. I don't think that this is necessarily helpful. The food in itself, the whatever this is in itself, or the ingredients. These are fairly standard ingredients that are used in a lot of places. I think the thing that might give it away is this. Whatever this is. This dish to the side here. It's got green beans in it by the looks of it. What else is going on in here? It's got some kind of like broth. I got nothing actually. I don't know if that is helpful after all. Is there any context clues we can use? Not really. I mean, the olive oil and the honey together is very Balkan coded to me. Semolina flour is from one part of the world. It's very specific. Is it? I don't know anything. I don't know. But I feel like this picture is Balkan coded. Even the tiles look... Oh, wait, hang on. No. Oh. Okay. That... Okay. Wait a second. The clothing might have given it away. This is not Balkan coded. The clothing is not Balkan coded. Could this be from somewhere in Africa? I'm thinking. Actually, I guess... Potentially. Okay. This is where my terrible African geography comes into play. Semolina's a North Africa thing. Okay. I'm thinking. Where uses this kind of colourful patterns? I wouldn't associate that with like the most north of Africa, because the top part of Africa is mostly Arab countries, right? So it's probably like Sahara or Mum often does those fried, but not semolina. Yeah. Hi, oh wait, hang on. Wait. I need to process your name. Corazon Rebel. Oh god, I'm sorry. Can I just call you Corazon? Is that okay? Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're good. I love your hair. Thank you. Thank you. It is, it's meant to be a sunset, but I'm not sure if it ever actually came out that way. I realised sunsets are actually more pink a lot of the time afterwards. Arab and Berber peoples mostly? Okay. Right. So I would say in that case, let's shoot our shot at a North African Arab country. Can't be India because they use ghee, not... Yeah, no, definitely not. No. I don't know. The use of honey, honey and olive oil together are very... They are very Balkan or Caucasus. So maybe it's like more in that general direction. So maybe Egypt. Let's try that and then work it out from there. Borders, okay. Southwest, west of Egypt. Oh gosh. Oh dear. Oh, what borders it? I'm thinking. That area is like Egypt, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya. Which one? I can't remember what borders it on that side. I cry. Cora's okay? Perfect. Welcome in, Cora. Tunisia's in the middle. Libya? We think Libya? Let's try Libya. Yes, let's go. Oh, actually, to be fair, Tunisia and Algeria would have counted too. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. I'm gonna butcher this. I'm so sorry. Tikur babine is a traditional Berber dish commonly found in North African regions, particularly Algeria and Morocco. The term tikur babine roughly translates to little breads in the Berber language. This dish consists primarily of small round dumplings made of a dough that typically includes semolina flour, water, and salt. The preparation involves forming the dough into small flat rounds, which are then cooked. These dumplings can be either boiled or steamed, depending on regional and familial preferences. In some variations, the dough may be rich with olive oil or butter to enhance the texture and flavour. It's normally served in a broth or sauce. The sauce often includes tomatoes, onions, and a blend of spices such as cumin, paprika, and coriander. Occasionally, meat such as lamb or chicken is added to the sauce to make the dish more substantial. When served, the dumplings absorb the flavours from the sauce, creating a hearty and flavourful meal. The history is deeply rooted in Berber culture, which spans across several countries in North Africa. Berbers, who are indigenous to the region, have a long tradition of utilizing locally available ingredients in their cuisine. The dish likely evolved as a practical way to create a filling meal from simple staple ingredients. Due to its simplicity and adaptability, tikul babine has remained a popular dish within Berber communities. It's often prepared for family gatherings and special occasions. Although not widely known outside of North Africa, tikul babine is an essential part of the culinary heritage of the Berber people. In modern times, tikul babine continues to be a testament to the enduring culinary traditions of the Berber culture, reflecting the community's resourcefulness and connection to their natural environment. There we go. Look at that. That's good. Good shout, Astro. Good shout. You picked the only North African country that could have been accepted. I know. You know what? We should have gone Tunisia. You're right. We should have gone Tunisia because it is in the middle and you can work out like geographically based on that. But you know, Morocco. I don't know. African geography is rough for me. Yeah, Morocco. Is Morocco the one that's like? I always get them mixed up. There's one that's like a little nub that sticks out, and then there's one that's like an island. And I think is Morocco the island? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Morocco's the westernmost. Okay. I'm not very good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actively trying to improve my African geography because like I know a fair number of the countries, but I'm really bad at placing them. To be fair, it's the same with South America. I'm the same with South America. I can't I know the countries, I can't place them. Central and South America, really, to be honest. Like I can get Brazil and that's it. Oh dear. Okay. Last one. Okay, what are those? Okay. Are they like round sausages? Interesting. Pork meat, salt, pepper, garlic, cumin, oregano, vinegar, lemon juice optional, orange juice optional, spices optional. This dish features small round sausages with distinct mildly spiced flavour. Made from finely ground pork, they are seasoned with a unique blend of spices, giving them savoury and slightly tangy taste. Traditionally, they're boiled and often served with lime wedges, transforming them into a flavourful appetizer or snack. Enjoyed for their simplicity and bursting taste, they provide a delightful culinary experience. I've got nothing on this one. I don't know the first thing about sausages. Meat in general. This is not, I've not eaten anything like this in, the money can give it away. There's money here. Banco la, uh, oh, we were so close. We were so close. I mean, okay, right. Let's see what we can work out. There's a was it Shea Gravette? This socialist guy, and then there's a Catholic thing, and then the thing is in Spanish, so I reckon this is in South America somewhere. Banco la... Oh, please. No, I can't read that. There's no chance. No chance. Spain is also technically in North Africa. I mean, I guess. I guess. Part of it. I'm from South America. Okay, you might be able to help us with this then, because this looks South American coded to me. Please tell me if it isn't. Please tell me if I'm horribly wrong. Oh, so it probably isn't Muslim. Yeah. Republica. Is it? Could be. Yeah, I think it might be. Okay. I'm just gonna take a random stab to see if it is in South America, and I'm gonna say Chile. Cool. North. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Argentina. I think Argentina is in the south, so I don't think it's that. I forgot where Chile is though. Oh, Chile's like along. Yeah, no, I think Chile and Argentina might be running alongside each other right at the little tail end. Colombia? It could be Colombia. It could be. Yeah, actually, it could be. Let's try. Colombia. Yes! Good shout! Good shout! Oh my gosh, I'm not going to be able to say this. Goodness gracious. Butifaras Soledeñas? I'm sorry, I probably destroyed that. That's probably quite embarrassing. They're a type of sausage originating from Soledad, a country in the Atlantico department on Colombia's Caribbean coast. These sausages are notorious? No, they're not. They're a notable part of the traditional cuisine of the Caribbean region of Colombia. Butifarras soledeñas. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm trying my best. Are known for their distinct taste and preparation method, which reflects the blend of local and Spanish culinary influences present since colonial times. The primary ingredients are pork meat, which is seasoned with a mixture of spices such as salt, pepper, garlic, and sometimes vinegar. The seasoned meat is then stuffed into casings, typically made from cleaned beef intestines. After stuffing, the sausages are tied into small round portions measuring approximately the size of a golf ball. This shape distinguishes them from other types of sausage. Most important is the cooking process. Traditionally, they're cooked by simmering in hot water rather than being fried or grilled. This helps to maintain their moisture and ensures the spices are evenly distributed. They're often sold as a street food item in and around Soledad and, oh god, Barranquilla? Barranquilla? I'm really sorry. I apologize. They are usually served with bollo de yuca, a type of bread made from caspa, and a tangy. They're really testing me today, aren't they? Suero costeño, a Colombian-style sour cream. These accompaniments highlight the regional flavors of the Caribbean coast. The preparation and consumption of butifarras soledeñas have economic. I'm suffering so bad. Have economic and cultural significance for the region. Often featured in local culinary festivals, they contribute to regional tourism and are a source of local pride. The dish showcases the blend of indigenous and European culinary practices that characterize much of Latin American cuisine. The R sounds strong. Like it should sound stronger than I can say it. I can't do hard R's. Like I can't. They just come out like bleh. So yeah. Like process. I don't even say that. Like how am I meant to say it? Process. Butifarras. I can't do it. I can't be aggressive enough. My accent does not allow me to pronounce like certain letters. T is one of them, G is one of them, and R is one of them. I really struggle. I really struggle. I'm receiving it at 1080, so I don't know. It might be on your end. Oh wait, can you not stream high res? Yeah, no, I'm streaming in 1080. Yeah, I stream in 1080. Don't know what's going on there. So Twitch has been doing this thing for me recently where I have to manually set it to be a higher resolution. It's really annoying. It just like keeps defaulting down to like 420, and I keep being like, why? Why are you doing that? I like Gnome Sabzi. What is that? That sounds. I don't know what that is. 420, 480. Same thing. You know what I meant. You knew what I meant. Don't judge me. It's late now. It's late. I've been streaming for like 5 hours. Give me a break. My brain isn't functioning. It's food? What type of food is that? Let me put my music back on. There we go. What type of food is that? Look it up. Okay. I'm nervous. Gourmet sabzi. Let's see. Persian herb stew. Let's see. Beans. Okay. A mixture of sauteed herbs. And then fenugreek Any dark bitter greens can be used, such as kale, mustard, or turnip greens. Okay, that actually sounds pretty good. And then it's cooked with kidney beans, yellow or red onions, black lime, and turmeric. That sounds pretty good. I would try that, actually. I would try that. I'm interested. I'm interested. Thank you for the follow, Nicholas Flammer. Welcome in. Welcome in. You've just signed the agreement to be a participant in my research. So, sorry. This is the informed consent part, right? The quality drops a lot on my end. It starts in 1080, then 240, and now it's 480. Yeah, the same thing's been happening to me in general on Twitch streams. It's really annoying. It's really, really annoying. You need a grandma that can cook it. I thought we all agreed that I'm a hag. I can cook that. I can definitely cook it if I try hard enough. I reckon I could. I reckon I'd be fine. I reckon I can learn how to cook things. Okay. So, here's the plan. I'm not the one locked in here with you. That's true. That's true. I keep saying that you have to participate now that you've opted in, but we do actually have the principle of like the right to withdraw in psychology. So you could just leave. You're not locked in anywhere. Okay, so here's the plan. I know a lot of people tend to disappear off when I'm like, I'm wrapping up the stream now. Don't do that, because we're going to raid into someone else that's also doing co-working. Someone that I very much appreciate, one of my mutuals whose streams I really, really enjoy. We're going to go say hi. So don't go anywhere. You're literally getting more of the same. Let me work out what the heck I'm doing though. I can't spell. This is not helpful. Since when did we agree on the hag part? I don't know. I just feel like it's just a generally accepted thing at this point that I'm a hag. Yeah, right? Okay, so the person we're going to raid into today is currently, they've got 20 minutes left on their pomodoro, and they've got one last pomodoro, so this is going to be good for doing more co-working, and then I assume they're probably going to also raid into co-working too. We'll just keep the co-working train going. We're just going to be super productive, you know? You're English, you can barely make anything edible. I can't deny this, to be honest. I can't deny it. I really can't deny it. It's terrible. It's so bad. I can't. You might be a hag, but can you cook it good? Probably not. Yeah, no, I'm probably too British to be able to cook anything. Sad. So sad. So sad. Let's see. I'm confused. Magical science hag? Yes, that's me. I'm the magical science hag. Oh dear. Right, where am I going? We're going here. We're going same category and following. There we go. That's what we're doing. And then what? Why am I in just chatting? I'm not meant to be here. What's going on? Okay, that's not helpful. We're gonna Okay, never mind. We're not doing that. Okay. Now I need to remember how the raid thing works, and I'm forgetting, and this is just live scuff. I swear I know what I'm doing. We're gonna go somewhere where there is more co-working happening. We're gonna be productive, okay? That's the plan. We're gonna be productive. I'm definitely not stalling for time. You moved it. I told you not to! I told you not to! It's fine. We're gonna go co-working. Yeah, so we're gonna go see Tepanya, who we've raided a few times before in the distant past. Let's see. There we go. I can do it. There we go. We did it. We're gonna go say hi to Tepanya. Tepanya's also a grad student who is also doing a co-working stream. So this is very good. We support Tepanya in this house. Yes. And then there is the raid message again. There you go. Okay. Okay. It's all good. It's fine. We fixed it. We're fine. Didn't know if you were serious. I was kind of like half serious. I don't know what I'm talking about most of the time, to be honest. Let's be honest. You're the mod. You make the decisions. I can't think. I'm meant to be the streamer with no thoughts. Very fun and productive. Yes. Thank you all for joining me today. Thank you all for joining me. I keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it over and over again. I don't know when the next stream's going to be. So if you're not following, do it all quickly and then you'll get a notification to see when I'm live again. If not, that's okay. Go follow Topania instead because Topania's lovely. And yeah, thank you for joining me today. We got some good work done. I finished 1.5 papers, so that's pretty good. Yeah, thank you all, and I'll see you again next time. Yes. Thank you. Bye.